Hello and welcome to this bumper edition of my Explore and Draw podcast. What is Explore and Draw? Explore and Draw is a podcast where I invite you to join me on a sketch walk around the Lizard Peninsula in Cornwall. I usually describe the landscape in detail and I capture the sounds of nature before I find a place to sketch. In this upload, you'll find the first 12 episodes of the podcast, varying in length from 14 minutes to 30 minutes. The first episode was recorded on the 18th of March 2023, and the 12th episode was recorded on the 20th of March 2024, so you'll have a whole year of episodes to listen to. You may like to bookmark this video or add it to a playlist so that when you just want a calm background voice, just audio of nature and sounds and my voice talking to you. Whilst you're working, cleaning, cooking or sleeping, you can find it easily. So I hope you enjoyed listening along. Here I am. I am going for a walk this morning. I actually opened the curtains and saw there was a bit of sunshine, blue skies. So I thought, let's go out this morning for a walk and a sketch. But now I'm actually down near the bottom of, going towards Melanie Cove. There seems to be a little bit of a mist in the air, so although there is some blue skies, there's quite a bit of a mist at the moment. I'm sure though, as the day progresses, the sun will probably burn that mist off and it will probably be brilliant blue. But it's only 10 to 9 in the morning, so it's still quite cold here, and you can still hear all the birds singing away. So I'm just actually walking down towards Melanie Cove. I've just taken a left turn off the main road going down, and I'm walking through what is the entrance to a holiday park. I'm just going to go up through past the old mill and the farm buildings and walk up the track. So I'm going to just find a little cut through that goes down to the stream. You can maybe hear the stream now. And I'm just noticing on the trees there's a lot of new growth, new buds, some willow, and there's even some quite large bumblebees. They're already up and gathering. So here is the little cut through that I'm going through now. It's a little bit overgrown actually, so I'm having to bend down. Quite a muddy path, so I'm glad I've got my old walking boots on. Yeah, so there's lots of little buds actually that you can see along here. You can see some gorse, which is sprouting, the blossom, the yellow blossom. Oh wow. There's a lot of lichen which has suddenly seems to have come to life around this area. So on the trees it's like a very light silvery grey green. It looks quite unusual, like as if it's covered in some kind of garment. It's quite amazing as well. I'm going to take a picture. There's also an abandoned hut just behind where I'm looking at the lichen, and you can see each year it gets more and more covered with ivy. Gradually it'll probably be taken back by nature. Just amazing though, this, I think it is lichen. It just makes everything look like it's been covered in threads and cotton wool. Almost looks quite like snow. I think it's actually meant to say if the air is clean, and so it only grows when it's really clean. So yeah, I'm not sure what really promotes its growth, but I'm guessing the area around here, it's very damp and moist because of the stream that runs through it. You can see actually all of the water and the drips on the branches. Very dewy around here. So I'm just descending down now into, well, further along the path. I'm going past one of the little streams here that runs into the other stream. In this little area actually there are a lot of tall trees or straight trees, which I know that sounds odd, but in the area in which I live most of the trees are bent by the wind. So this is like one of the few areas where the trees are standing straight, which says to me it's quite a sheltered spot. And it's quite a small spot as well. There's not many in this area. It's like a pocket of trees, or a copse, I guess, where the trees are just dead straight. Now I'm just going to try and cut through another area, cut down to the river, which you can hear, and it's definitely flowing. You can hear how strong it is, how much water there is. And let's see how high it is. There's a little waterfall actually as well, and you can really hear that. Wow. So if I look at the area around it, there's a lot of moss. Again, moss on the stones and on the trees as well themselves. It's definitely a damp place and probably great for encouraging moss to grow. And obviously it's protected as well from the wind. It's a bit slippy down here. I've managed to walk down, and yeah, you can just about see through the trees the waterfall. There seems to have been a lot of growth of other trees around here, so it is slightly hidden. And actually, it looks like maybe a tree has fallen or something. Last time I was here, it was a lot calmer. I think it was a little bit later in the year. So yeah, today it's March the 18th today. So I thought I would have had a better view of the water. Oh yeah, there we go. The waterfall looks pretty strong. The water is flowing very fast. I thought this would be the area that I would draw something today, but actually I'm looking for somewhere which has a bit more of light, sunlight coming through, because I want to do the sunlight prompt today. I thought maybe the sunlight would be coming through the trees here, but it looks like the sun hasn't quite reached this part, or if it has, the mist is covering it. So I'm going to walk out and along the path away from the stream. I'm walking towards, though, the cove again. Ooh, notice some more buds. I think this might be Traveller's Joy. So I'm walking out of the copse now. There is a stream actually running just past my feet, and actually I would have walked up where this stream is running. So it looks like it is, in winter and spring it's a stream, but in summer and autumn it's a path. I think I'm going to try and walk up it a little way and see how it is. I have got my walking boots on, although these ones aren't as waterproof. Interesting, there's a little bit of fly tipping just on my right. A sink. But look, coming up. So I'm just like ascending the stream path, and it's taken me further up the side of the cliff and getting some wonderful views of the sun actually hitting some of the cottages down in the valley. And on either side now of the path there are daffodils and gorse and bushes which are starting to sprout with life. And the sun is actually out now. And it's so lovely to have it actually on my face. The stream is still flowing on my feet. Not as strong though. And there are pools of water which I'm having to walk through. So yeah, it does look like as the sun is rising and getting stronger, it's going to burn up a lot of the mist that I see at the moment. Definitely a sea mist. I can see the stack in the distance as well, gradually being unveiled. And then there is land further off. So the stream path is now a bit more of continuation of bogginess. Pools of water which are standing. So I've just got to be a bit careful. So I'm all the while ascending and going up. So this will take me above Mullion Cove eventually, and I'll be able to have a good view at the top. Not that I have already got some good views. It's a very calm day today. I can't feel any wind, which is unusual. I think for the last few weeks it's been very windy here. So you notice it when it isn't windy. Oh, the mist is just hovering above the gorse and the blackthorn. I'm just going to go up to the top and see if there is a suitable point to sketch. So I've just come to a little temporary fence which has a sign next to it explaining that there are some coastal grassland Shetland ponies grazing. And I have actually seen them over the winter. They've come in over the winter and they're basically grazing the coastline. So yeah, they are brought in because they help open up the landscape. Otherwise a lot of the area will be taken over by the more dominant species like the gorse and the shrub. And whilst that looks lovely in full blossom, it chokes a lot of the smaller species of plants. And a lot of plants are quite rare in this area because of the rock that is underneath, like the serpentine. So yeah, there's a few things they do, I think, to manage the land here, and that is one of them's bringing these ponies to graze during the winter, and they keep on top of the spread of the gorse and do quite a good job. The other one is controlled burning of the gorse itself. Both of the methods happen during the winter, and then come April the 1st they stop, and then it's just left. And then once they stop, you suddenly start noticing all the little flowers that are coming, and especially the wild orchids and the smaller species. So it's quite amazing actually what kind of job they do. I don't know if it's known by everyone, but so here I am. The sun is gradually rising and it is burning away the mist. Going to just gonna go through here. Maybe we'll see some of the ponies. Like I said, I've seen them actually over the winter. Mostly though at night, because I do a lot of walking at night. So this is quite a novelty to actually walk during the day when it's daylight. I can definitely see presence of them because there's a lot of poo. And actually poo is probably quite important as well for the land, for the soil. Encourages little birds. Now this is interesting, coming up now to an area on my left where burning has happened. I don't know if this is from this year or last year. There was a lot of burning happening last year. Oh, as you can tell, I'm out of breath because that was quite a bit of a steep incline there. Whew. It's quite interesting actually to see the landscape up here. So in front of me I've got the burnt ground, but you can definitely see life. Again, that very light grey-green. Oh yeah, so I'm just walking through. I think this is from, I don't know if it's from last year or this year, but things do tend to grow quite quickly, so maybe this is from this year. But looking actually at the ground where the gorse was burnt, you can see lots of new life growing. I can see actually some of the special grass that kind of grows in this area. It's very curvy grass. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. I think it's squill wart or something like that. But that's coming through now. You can see, yeah, the gorse again is trying to grow back. But because a lot of it has been taken away, it gives chance for other life, plant life, to grow. You really feel the warmth of the sun on my face now. I think there has been a lot of rainfall over the last few weeks because the ground is pretty boggy. And there's a lot of runoff actually. I can see also the footprints of the Shetland ponies. I'm walking along the top now. Still looking for a spot to just draw. I want something a bit more. I think I'm looking for a contrast. Oh dear, I think I've just got my foot all muddy. I think I want an area where you can see the sunlight and the dark you've got a contrast of sunlight and shadow. Okay, I'm coming up to now like a junction, which I recognise from our night hikes. Path that goes down to the cove and then one that takes you over towards Brydanich. Oh wow, now I'm coming over towards the sea and the edge. Oh, I can see the ponies all together. Are they ponies? No, they're not ponies. Oh, they are cows. So there must be cows grazing here as well. Oh, what amazing though, amazing view. I'm looking down at the steep cliffs and there's mist, which is kind of caught in the recesses of the cliff. It hasn't been burnt away yet. It looks really cool. I need some more adjectives. Mysterious. Don't know if you can hear the waves down below. And there's some really nice light play actually happening on the cliffs. So I think maybe I should sit here and do some drawing. I think I've sat here before actually. Let's see if I can get the mist and the shadows and the light. And maybe the black figures of the cows. I'm using like a little portable tripod stool, which is handy when the ground is uneven or wet. Also gives me a little bit of elevation. I do have my foam pad as well that I like to use, but maybe in this instant I will use it to put other things on. Actually very warm now from walking up. I've got my water flask with me, so it's always good for little sips of water, and I can use it to refill my water brush. So I've just opened up my pages and I've got some pre-painted pages. I'm wondering whether to actually use one of those today. Might make things interesting. Probably will make things quicker. So yeah, let's go with that. Take a picture of the pages so you can see before I draw on them. Yeah, I'm going to try and capture the sunlight here as long as it stays out. It might actually change. There are some cows in front of me. Possibly I might get them. There's actually people in front of me who are coming along with a dog. And yeah, if you know anything, dogs and cows don't get on very well. So I'm hoping that there won't be any issues. The dog is on a lead, so that's a good thing. I've just also realised there's a massive bull as well, with massive horns. He's thankfully just walking the opposite way to where I am. So the mist is being very interesting here. And the light as well. It's changing very quickly. Ooh, that's a massive bumblebee that just went past as well. I tried to get the shape of the cliff in. Don't go! The sunlight is going behind a cloud, so it immediately takes away the contrast. Let's just focus on the darker areas, and hopefully the sun will come back again. That was a crow. Came very close to me then. Sunlight is coming back out. Definitely feel like I'm just capturing parts of this rather than like the whole picture. Hopefully it means then that I'm not going to take too long doing this. I'm using Neocolour pastels at the moment. And there are definitely some nice apricots and oranges in the landscape here. So the underpainting, or the ink that I used is actually light apricot. So that's coming into play quite nicely with the colours that I'm seeing. A lot of the cows now have moved over, so maybe I can do 1, 2 on the horizon. I love the rocks around here as well, when they have the lichen on them, that yellow lichen. It's right in your face. It's like, yeah, we're not trying to blend in, we're just going to announce we're here. Also putting in some yellow where I can see the gorse budding. I feel like my sketch is really just looking for the colours and trying to capture those more than... Oops, just broke my crayon. I do tend to work quite hard with them and push quite hard. Also, I'm holding them looser and just kind of going across the whole page. Right, let's see if I can do something with the land up here. Ooh, there's like a big clump of hair that just kind of came at me. I think it's from molting of the horses or ponies. See these black shadows in amongst the gorse and realise actually it's cows. They just look like rectangles. It could be stones, but they move, so. Then with the mist, everything just looks like shapes. You can't quite see. I'm using actually a sepia at the moment, and this is really helping me get a bit more definition. On the horizon it does look quite ominous because you can't see where the land, or you can't see where the sea touches the sky. At the moment it's just all kind of blurred into one big dark misty cloud, and that it's moving this way, it's coming over, so I can now see how the mist is now engulfed. Well, I think it has kind of engulfed me here. And you can definitely see it's engulfing the cows. But there is still some sunlight. So it kind of feels funny, like we're on some kind of movie set. Set the scene for a moody opening act. So yeah, I think I have almost finished this now. It does look very different to what I would usually do. It's very impressionistic. There's a lot of movement in it, a lot of colour, but also gestural drawing, verging on abstract, I think. But I hope you can still see that it's bland and captures a little bit of the environment around me. So I'm going to wrap up the podcast here now as well, just to say thanks for listening and keeping me company, or me keeping you company with whatever you're doing. Hope you've enjoyed this format. Let me know if you have. And I'll maybe bring you along for another time together. I can really smell the gorse now. Well, good morning. Welcome to another Explore and Draw podcast. I'm actually in a similar area to my first episode. Because today my prompt is soil. And I really wanted to come back and take a closer look at the soil that had been recently burnt over this last season. Well, the soil hadn't been burnt, but the gorse and the heathland had been burnt. And so I thought I'd come back and see the progress on what's growing in that area. I've made it up now to a more of a plateau area. Last night actually we had really, really heavy rainfall, so you can see that there are pools of water, and it's quite boggy underneath, so this time I have got my proper waterproof shoes on. And they are definitely the better choice for this kind of land. It is also a bit windier, not as windy as it was actually yesterday and the day before. That was really, really strong gusts of wind, which we tend to get. But it's bearable up here, so I'll be able to draw, I think. So I'm just actually looking at the ground as I'm walking at the moment, and I can see there are little signs of life coming up. There are some dog violets that I can see, the little purple flowers. And the curly grass, which actually I found out the proper name, or remembered the proper name. So the proper name for the grass is actually land quillwort. And you can see some of it coming now. It just looks quite different to normal grass. It's a lot thicker, like thicker blades, and then it kind of looks like a crown. It grows in a crown circle, and then it's kind of curly at the edges. So I keep seeing that. Obviously there are also spots of just normal grass. There's a lot of rock as well up here. I think I mentioned that the Lizard Peninsula has a lot of serpentine and granite. So this area definitely has serpentine underneath, and that's what then encourages some of these plants to grow. I guess it changes the content of the soil. So just having a little wander around, really having a look where I might draw today and what I might draw. So yes, the prompt is soil. I had thought originally I would do some ploughed fields. There's a lot of fields, farms and fields being ploughed. But then I thought actually, what about going up and just having a look at the soil at the top of the cove instead. I'm now coming into an area where you can see a lot of the charred remains of the gorse. I just quite like the way it looks. And then in between the burnt chard, you can now see little yellow blooms, flowers of the gorse, new gorse life. And then you can also see grasses and dog violets, purple dog violets, as well as lots of droppings from ponies. And then obviously you can see the soil as well in areas, bit of moss. There are some also thistles or thistle weeds, and then just very coarse grass as well, which kind of ends up in clumps. So they kind of like risen above little mounds of clumps of really rough grass, which you can kind of stand on top of. There's also rocks as well. So this is quite interesting, this spot here. And then in the background, you've got a background of the sea, which at the moment is looking very lovely and bright. There is the sun out today. There is some cloud cover, but mostly some blue sky. And as I said, there's a bit of a wind, so it does feel like things could change. But yeah, the sun is casting some lovely shadows across the burnt gorse. And you can see some really nice contrasts across the soil and then reflecting on the little pools of water. So yeah, it's very wet up here. You can see where the rain has really saturated this area, which is good. It means that there should be, in a few weeks, more life here coming. Big mix of different plants and life happening. There is definitely life happening. Maybe we can't see it, but there is something happening. And there'll probably be evidence of all of that life in the next few weeks. We are at the end of March now. And we'll definitely, as we go into April, start to see more things coming up, and particularly in this area. Now that a lot of the gorse has been removed, there'll be space now for new plants, new growth. So I have also brought my foldable stool again. I think I used that last time because it just helps give me a bit of elevation, and also elevation out of the pools of water. It'll be a bit hard to just sit on the ground at the moment because it is so wet and saturated. So I'm just going to look for a little spot to put myself. Oh, there's a lovely crop. A mix of plants, mix of flowers and burnt branches, moss. The sketchbook I've got is Moleskine, and I have actually prepared the paper again with some washes. The washes I've got are actually very neutral, very light brown, a bit of grey. I've taken a picture of them so you can see the before. Thinking I might actually use my fountain pen today. My sailor fountain pen, which I haven't used. I used to use it lots, but kind of moved away. But I like the idea of some dark line work. Maybe my brush pen as well, actually. Got my pencil brush pen here. Should be fun, actually, to give me some rough line work, especially of the burnt gorse branches. Although looks like my pentel brush pen needs a refill, so I'll work with what I can and see how I get on. I have got my Lamy pen as well, and that has some ink in it, thankfully. I think this will be nice with the contrast of the plants, the small dog violets and then the little yellow buds of the gorse against the soil and the burnt branches of the gorse. This time I'm really off the beaten track here. There's no path that really runs through where I'm drawing, so the likelihood that I will meet someone here is very, very slim. Unless, of course, they're looking for or exploring. There are a lot of ground nesting birds around here as well. I did disturb a couple on my way in the skylarks, which is why they actually stop the burns from April the 1st. You can hear definitely the birds around here now. I always find when you actually stop somewhere, the birds' sounds suddenly get a bit louder, especially if you've been there for a few minutes. You can still hear, though, some sounds of traffic down below. Hear the seagulls. I love the shapes of the gorse, the burnt gorse, where it looks so withered and sculptural, curved over to one side. See where it's been shaped by the wind and just end up with like the skeleton of it. Yeah, really, really beautiful, even in its dead state. I feel like I'm just drawing, letting my pen go across the page and try not to overthink my lines. And obviously I'm not worrying about being really perfect with the lines as well. I'm just letting them go over the paint that's already there. Okay, I think I'm going to now start putting in some more colour. going to use my new colours. I can hear a bird. It kind of sounds quite odd. I'm not too good at bird noise identification. Sounds a little bit like a duck. You know, like a throaty quack. Things can be hidden here very well, so it's very hard to actually see. I'm just using my Neocolour crayons, olive brown. Now that's a surprise, I'm actually seeing some people. I think they're they're walking actually, 3 of them. Actually they're walking actually, there is actually a path, but it's off the beaten track path. So they must know the area quite well. They're probably looking at me thinking, she's sitting right in the middle there. No, I haven't seen any cows. Oh, okay. I haven't seen any. I've come up from that way, so there's there's none over this way. All right, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so they're looking for cows. That's why they are on this path. Looking for their cows. It's quite a large area to actually look for cows. Ooh, I've actually got a purple violet. It's really quickly getting down, just some little glimpses of the colours. Try not to focus too much on detail, because otherwise you kind of get stuck if you just focus on details. Really want to create an impression of the place. What you can see. So I can just see, if I just quickly look, all I can see are greens, browns, yellows, purples, blacks, darks. So I'm hoping that's what I am capturing here. I think because I've got that background, I don't need to do too much. I don't need to overwork it. So often you feel like you need to keep adding more stuff. Just looking for a dark, just to push forward a raw umber. Sometimes that's good. So you get the soil. The soil is meant to be the focus. Okay, I think I'm going to stop because otherwise I get... No, maybe there's one thing I want to do. Maybe that is to put in just the sea in the background, just to give me that differentiation. So I'm going to try and do that with a neo colour. We'll see. This is looking incredibly blue just at the moment. I think that worked. The neo colour does go over quite a fair few materials. Now I just want to put some shadow on the sea, because the sea itself has darker spots. Even seeing some turquoise on the sea. I like that. It's actually really nice to see again the gorse in the background, with the flowering gorse against that blue sea. Very beautiful. I know I said I was going to finish, and now I'm just keep going. I will finish. I will finish. Okay, let's just call it there. I think it was about 20-25 minutes. Just writing the prompt, the soil, and then burnt gorse and new growth. I'm glad I've got my hat on, because the wind after a while does get to you. It can make you feel pretty cold. So let's just take a picture. Not sure how easily you're going to see this, but we'll try. I'm going to pack up and walk back down. Almost lost my shoe, you can tell it. Got stuck in the mud. That's the shoe of my stool. So it is pretty boggy. But yeah, that was nice just to sit there and sketch. I hope you enjoyed this walk with me. Walk and explore, draw and explore. And I'll speak to you again soon. You can hear a bird of prey up there. Hello, welcome to another episode of Explore and Draw. Today I am going a little bit further afield, still on the Lizard Peninsula, but I've just driven to Ruin Minor and parked up in one of the free car parks, or the only free car park. I've just walked along through the village and am now making my way down a track towards the sea. My aim today on the walk is to find the flowers, or what kind of flowers are coming up. I want to particularly draw some of the gorse, but then also just to see what other flowers are growing along the coastal paths and cliffs. Almost a little bit like a nature journal. I just want to record some of the plants that are in season at the moment. It's actually Holy Week this week, and it's Thursday, and the sun is shining, blue sky, but there is a bit of a cool wind, and I've got my hair loose at the moment, so it is blowing around a little bit. Hopefully it won't be too distracting. Everything looks really green at the moment as well. After the last few weeks of rain, everything has that really fresh green colour. I'm noticing a lot of new plant growth in the hedgerows. Also see a lot of nettles are growing, and I can smell some garlic, wild garlic. The path I'm walking on, the footpath, looks like it could actually support a vehicle. It's wide enough for a vehicle. Ooh. That was just right on call there. So yeah, there's a property that's I'm going past. I think that's the last property though on this path. And then it's beginning to become more like a dirt track. And there are puddles. So I did decide to put on my walking boots, which again I'm glad I did because it's muddy. So yeah, what I'm seeing, there's some three-cornered leeks or wild garlic. Start of growth for some umbellifers. Leaves on the branches of brambles, ivy, and then the gorse. And there's some blossom coming up on the blackthorn. Really nice whitish, grey, green, coming up to a gate. You can see the sea, and it actually looks low tide at the moment, so you can see the beach, and you can see over to Kenwick Sands. Kenwick Sands is quite a popular place for locals and visitors, and we are now in the Easter holidays, so there'll be a few more people around this area at this time. I'll take a picture. Yeah, the track is getting a bit more muddy now. You can see tractor tyre marks. So this track is probably used by farmers. Either side is the hedgerow, and then I can see fields. Come on. Oh, this is a very boggy bit here. Just have to navigate. Oh. I'm now turned down a smaller track. This track definitely wouldn't fit a car. It might fit a bike, but not a bigger vehicle. It looks like a bridleway, so could also have horses coming down here. Probably cows as well, actually. On either side, you've got a lot of blackthorn and also holly and ivy. Oh, there's some dog violets. I've just spotted a little crop of them. It's nice to see. And there's some bumblebees as well, just taking nectar. Hi. Right. Now getting a glimpse of the sea through the trees. I really love to see the view of the sea. It's looking quite turquoise today, like a dark turquoise. It's very rocky here as well, so I've got slidey mud and rocks. Not a smooth path to walk down. And now I'm at a crossroads, well, a footpath crossroads, so I've got just walked down from Ruin Minor, it says half a mile, and now I've got a signpost that says to the right is Chadwick, 3/4 of a mile, or Kennock Sands, 1¼ mile to the left. So I'm just going to go towards Chadwick, and I'm going to go through the gate, Kissing Gate, and just walk along this path and this area because there's lots of gorse and blackthorn here, and I thought actually this spot will probably be great to do some sketching. It's a lot more open here as well, and I can also see dog violets as well. Let's see if there's anything else growing. I also like this area because you can just go off the main footpath and explore a bit further around, so you're not in the way of people, and you've got some lovely views around here. So I've just walked off the path towards the left, which is over towards the sea, so I've got a great view, and it's a big open space here, a bit like a field, but you are still right on the coast. And I can see actually there are a lot of buttercups or celandine, I think. It's little flowers, little yellow flowers, I think, celandine. with some dog violets. And then there's some of the gorse, the yellow gorse, and then the blackthorn blossom. So I think that's enough to really get on with and sketch. I'm just going to walk just a little bit further over. So there's like these blackthorn bushes. They look like they're standing alone. They haven't all joined together. They're just quite sweet. And then there are, again, bits of the yellow gorse. I love how it contrasts with the blue of the sea in the background. So let's camp, set up here and do some sketching. I've got my stool again, which will be handy because it's wet, the ground, or damp. It's a little bit windy here. So I'm actually, again, drawing on top of some pre-painted pages. This time I've got greens as my pre-painted page. I'm using just watercolour or the ink tints to just do some yellow blobs at the moment. Interesting how it will turn out. Looks like a pattern at the moment. I've also got my purple out for the dog violets. I'm using a Tombow marker now just to bring out a bit more of the flower. I think maybe I might have drawn too many of these. I could have easily have just focused on one and then just looked at it a bit more. Might do that next time. Using a combination of Tombow markers just to get some grass texture. Now I'm going in with some luminance pencils and greens. Get a bit more detail. I don't know if you can hear that wind, but it is whistling. This kind of drawing, I'm not really, don't do that much. More of a big picture person. Sometimes I like going in details. I thought I'd do this drawing anyway today because I wanted to just see if I could do a bit more detail. I enjoy doing bigger landscapes and bigger picture things, but every now and again it's nice just to look a little bit closer at smaller details and notice these smaller things, like the petals, the shapes of things. I also wanted to see how having a green background would help. crouch down a bit to really look at the dog violets. They're so delicate. Maybe use an Inktense pencil just to outline. Go back to my Payne's Grey. Well, definitely different to what I normally do. I'm not sure about it, but what I'm going to do is contrast it with a view, the landscape on the other page, and then I'll include also the gorse. So I'm going to cover over the green a little bit. See if I can the sea again, it's changing colours. Turquoise, light green, navy. There's all sorts of colours in the sea. Just changes. See if I can get some of it. I'm just cutting in with the Neocolour. Oh, and I really want to get the little bushes, the blackthorn. See if I can pick those out. Maybe with the pen. Kind of brings them out. And see how they're shaped again by the wind. Hear the bees. They sound like a lawnmower. Again, a little bit of resistance from the Neocolour. So I'm kind of drawing on top with the pen. If I got my water brush out, I probably could loosen that up a bit so that I can draw a bit better on top, but this is all right. Gives me a more interesting textures. Again, there's so much information that I could probably try and capture here, but I'm just trying again to simplify. Just looking at what I see, looking at what's catching my attention, and then just trying to get that down. If there's too much catching my attention, I just generally try to squint, and then that eliminates some things. What I do want to do is see if I've got some white. Yes, I do. Got some white gouache. See if I can just capture some of the white blossom. It's not quite bright white, but it's, if I just dilute it a bit, then it will be the colour that I want. Again, the more time you spend looking, the more you start seeing. Just starts opening up more stuff. I think, oh yeah, that's what I want there. Just adding yellow Neocolour crayon. That will go over what I've done so far. Wow, I've just pulled out a jade green and popped it on the sea, and it just suddenly has popped out, the sea has. Wow. That's really brought it out, that sea. Also using, I think it's a lime green. That also pops things out. Okay, so I've now got a double page with landscape on one and then a close-up of the plants or flowers on the other. I'm not really happy with the flowers. I think I need to spend probably a bit more time on them, but looks all right. It'll do. It's a start. I'm wondering though, actually, if I just go round them with a bit more pen, just to bring them out a bit. I think that's what the issue is. The wind is really blowing on the back of my head now. Okay, what I've done is just ramped up the contrast. I think that's really helped, given it a lot more life. Put in lots of grass texture, strokes, and then the flowers are detailed in pen. I think it's though less of a study, just more of a quick sketch really. I think when the weather is maybe a little bit calmer and it's not so windy, I can maybe get down on my hands and knees and really look at the flowers. But this is just like a quick capture of what's in the grass, what's growing, and then I've got a nice view on the other side describing where they are. So I think I'm done with that. I really love the colour of the sea. I think it's a good depiction of springtime in April. And actually, I think it does capture the wind as well. Just the marks I've been making captures the way that the wind has been blowing today. So I'm going to make my way back now. Thank you for joining me on this episode of Explore and Draw. I think it's going to rain. I can feel some drops coming. Better get a move on. Yep, it's raining. April showers, May flowers. I'll speak to you again on another episode. Good morning. Welcome to another episode of Explore and Draw. Today I am keeping it very local. I'm actually just walking along the main road that runs through Mullion and down to the cove, Nan's Mellion Road. It's a very long road, and interestingly it doesn't have any house numbers. So although there are houses all the way down, if you were the postie, you would have to know where the names of the houses were to deliver the post, which I think is quite unusual, to not have actual house numbers. Anyway, as I said, I'm walking just down this main road, listening to quite a lot of different birds. Got some crows hanging out in the pine trees. I had just previously passed a pigeon cooing away in the palm tree. We've actually had a lot of bad weather over the last few days. Winds of 45 kilometres an hour, I think. And then a lot of rain. So I looked out the window this morning, I saw a rainbow, which always is exciting to see, and just thought, right, let's get out and go on a walk and do some drawing. So it is bright at the moment. I had a thought that it might rain a bit more, but at the moment the clouds have passed. There are some clouds on the horizon. The car's going a bit fast. And yeah, let's just hope that I won't be caught in a rain shower. But if I do, I am prepared. I've got my waterproof trousers on and waterproof jacket. I'm now just walking through the chocolate factory and craft centre. There's a coffee shop here, which is normally very busy over the season. Would have been busy probably last week actually, when Easter holidays. I'm not sure if it's still Easter holidays or whether schools have gone back. But anyway, it's quite early in the morning. So yeah, I'm just walking through the grounds of the chocolate factory. There are a number of actually other outlets here, and they're all craft or art related. So there's a Million Glass studio. There's St. Anthony's Art Gallery. He sells actually luminance pencils and Neocolour 2s, which I was very pleased about. So I can buy them singly there. Also a shop called Rock, Paper, Scissors. They do crafty things. And a cosmetic shop based around honey. I think there's a wool shop as well. So there's quite a few creative businesses in this spot. Sometimes you forget that they're here though, because it's a little bit just off the main, not quite in the main part. So I've just gone through the gate, and in front of me are some rolling green fields, and this is kind of where I wanted to come and draw today. I really want to capture some of the greens of this time of year. And so the fields in front of me I thought would be great to just look at and study. There are also some llamas on the fields. They're resident, so they've been there quite a few years. I've brought my foldable stool as well, so I can pop myself anywhere along this track. So I'm just going to walk up it and see kind of the view that I want to draw. And there are some houses, larger houses in the distance. It might be nice to include a couple of those for perspective. But yeah, when summer comes, the greenness, this bright green that is currently showing, it turns to brown and yellows, and it's more muted. But saying that, because we've had so much rain, there is a muddy field, so there is a brown field, but there are still some green fields in front of me. Oh, there's the llamas. They're sitting down at the moment, and they're noticing me. Their ears are up, and they're eyeballing me whilst chewing the cud. Very observant llamas. They also have an kind of an aloof look to them. You wouldn't have known that there was a really wild wind here. It's completely calm. I do like the patchwork of fields. And I quite like the different bushes and trees that you see as well, breaking it all up. I think I might draw this view. I am looking into the sun, so I'm probably going to fish out my sunglasses and see if I can protect my eyes. Let's see if I can position myself. I take out my foam seat pad just to put my bag on because the ground is very wet. Well, I didn't expect to feel really warm. I thought it would be quite cold, but without the wind and the sun full on, it's actually getting quite warm. I might even take my gloves off. So let's see. The time is 8:39 and I've got to be out somewhere at 10. Try and spend 30 minutes, I think, here. Just turned my pages open. I'm using my Ranger sketchbook, Delusions, and I've prepared some pages again to paint over or to draw over. These ones are prepared with green. Like in the last episode, actually, I used green, but this time I'm going to focus on a bigger picture, landscape and the fields. I thought that would be really good to use. I have been enjoying working on top of pre-painted pages. It does definitely cut down the drawing time and you can get some quite nice effects with it. I've also added some salt this time, salt crystals. So I've got some interesting crystallization going on the page. The only thing with having the pages pre-painted is that if there are areas like white areas that I want to keep white, say like a house, it's a bit harder to do, so I might have to come back in with white gouache or something. But anyway, let's see if I can work with these constraints. It's funny watching there's some crows just pecking at the llamas. I think they're just taking all of the little gnats out of him, maybe, or the little insects. It's funny how the llama is just sitting there quite happily, letting him get on and do that. So I think I start just with getting some of the field structure in. I'm using my Neocolor crayons, a poplar medium I like to use, you'll have noticed. I do find them very versatile. And you can work quite quickly with them. As I find my eyes are beginning to just adjust as well to the light. So start seeing more things. I'm using a Tombow marker just to brighten up the green. There is like a fence in front of the view, so thinking about whether to include that as well, just in the foreground. I probably will add that probably near the end. I'm not going to believe how warm it is, though, sitting here. I think I'm just right in the sunlight, so I've still got my hat on. I think I might have to take it off. And it's so quiet. I'm going to have to remember to pack another Payne's Grey pencil because the one I'm using is a very small stump. Always gets used at some point. I'm just using it now to outline the house shape. Just looking at the main shapes of it and then getting that down, the outside shape, and then I can put any little details. I don't want to over complicate it though. Morning. A few dog walkers around, just normal. Just using an Inktense pencil to capture some of the bushes. It really is, the green here is so bright and light, so I'm trying to capture that by actually using a lemon yellow. I know that isn't a green, but it will read green when I have it contrasted with other greens around it. There is a little bit or a lot of creative license here as well. Some areas I will focus on and maybe do more detail, and then other areas I won't look at so much and won't do as much detail. I guess it's where your eye's drawn, really. What you're trying to tell the viewer, or make where you want the viewer to look. There's lots of little midgy flies appearing. Seems unusual, but it is spring, isn't it? So there is like a brown, there's a mud field, and I'm just debating whether to put that in. I think I will. To me, though, it looks like quite apricot, so I'm going to put the apricot over the green to begin with. Oh, I love the way the light is catching the green field. I'm just going to put my new colour lemon yellow over the green. Just snapped it. Pushing probably too hard. Hi.
Hope it stays dry for you.
Yeah. Keeps me going quickly, so.
Good.
A very interested pup there. Wanted to see what I was doing. Now I'm just going to put in telegraph poles. It's quite fun putting those in. And then any other fields, margins or fence posts. I'm not actually sure I will put in the foreground the fence. I think it will. I want it to remain quite open, so I will put in a smaller, well, there is a fence just in a bit mid-ground, so I'll put that in. The sun's just come back out again. Oh, I think there's a bit of rain coming. There was a very strong possibility that could happen. Oh, yeah, there's a massive cloud. Massive grey cloud. Which now I'm actually capturing with my grey marker. Very ominous. It's funny how they just appear. You think you're looking and then you don't see it, and then suddenly they're there. Morning. I think it's just about to rain, isn't it?
Sorry?
Just about to rain, I think.
There is a big cloud.
Yeah.
It might pass over.
Little doggy was very interested. Yep, I've got some rain spots on my sketchbook. But it is funny because basically one direction you've got blue skies and then you've just got this big cloud on the other. Obviously it's that cloud that is raining, letting out the rain. Where the spots of rain have fallen on my sketchbook, they've just made little marks, which actually look alright. Adds to it, adds to the textures. Just gives me a chance actually to fill up my water brush. Just going to fill it up with some water. I'm just now going over the I think a bigger dog just saw me and was going to charge towards me. Hopefully he won't disturb me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm just going over the neocolours. Hello. All right.
Sorry about her barking. Obviously wasn't quite sure what it was.
What she was looking at.
No, stay here because you're going to slurp all over the picture.
Oh.
You all right?
So basically this picture is drawn in bright sunshine and also with a very dark cloud, and half of it looks like it's drawn in darkness and the other half is like in bright sunshine. It makes for an interesting picture. It's got lots of textures and it's got rain drops on it. It's got salt crystals and a range of greens. I might try and add a little bit of blue on the one side just so like shows that the dark cloud was sharing the space with blue sky. Actually, the raindrops on the cloud, on the dark cloud, make it look a little bit like snow. So it could be, it looks like all seasons. Oh, another dog. I think I'm on the dog trail here. Trying to just ignore them so they don't come over. Look at the time. 9:17. And yeah, I think I've just wondering whether to put any of the other houses just on the horizon. Maybe I'll just do them in Payne's grey, just pencil them in a little bit, just to give an impression of buildings at the top there. I think there's one more thing I have to do. Because I've got a dark cloud there, I think I need to put a bit of a shadow of it on the field. I'm going to leave it there. Time to go back and get on with the day. So I'm just going to walk my way back. It's only going to be about a 10-minute walk back to the house. And thank you so much for joining me again today in this episode. I'll speak to you again soon. Morning. Welcome to another Explore and Draw podcast. Today I am walking down through the lizard village. So this is the village right at the bottom of the lizard peninsula. So I've driven down, parked up, and I'm walking down. There's lots of little footpaths that can lead you around this area and take you down to the coast. So the way I'm walking down is the road that is signposted to Howesall Bay, and so I'm going to be approaching the coast from that direction. It should take me out towards the left of the lighthouse, and I can just about make it out in the distance as I'm walking down this path. It's actually wide enough for a car, because this is obviously the way that you would go if you were visiting the Howesall Bay Hotel. I think there are a few other houses also down this road. But yeah, the path's pretty well. The road is pretty well made. And I'm just looking at all the flowers that are now up in the hedgerows. You can see lots of Alexanders and bluebells, some sticky weed, I think it's called cleaver, and then you've got the tamarisk trees. I can hear the sheep in the background as well. Where I'm walking now is actually part of the Tregullus farm land. They look after the fields and grow sheep and graze cows, and basically look after the area, maintain it on behalf, I think, of the National Trust. So I'm just coming up to a collection of houses now, and they probably have a very good view of the coast. I can also see in the distance on the horizon the Lloyd's signal tower. It's quite a distinct building shape. White building that looks like a castle turret. busy. Also seeing some houses have been festooned with the British flag, because it is also the weekend of the coronation. So there are some who are celebrating and some maybe not so much. So I'm just coming down now and I can see a view of the sea, and I can also see the hotel. I can also see the coastal path. Now I'm taking a little path that goes off to the side and around the hotel. Right. And I've got a wonderful view now of the lighthouse on the top of the hill, with the cliffs going down to the sea. And there's a rock formation that is called Bumble Rock. There's also something called the Lion's Den, which is also where it looks like a sinkhole really, like part of the cliff is kind of just fallen in on itself, so it's a big hole. So yeah, it's a really nice panoramic view. There's also a little ship on the horizon as well, like an old, well actually it just might be it's just a sailing boat on the horizon. So I think I'm going to sketch here. I bought my seat. I had planned to sit on the bench, but there's people on it, so this is actually good because I can put my seat anywhere. I'm also on top of like it looks like a manhole cover, but it's given me a firm base to put my seat on, so I might as well use it. I'm going to take a picture as well of the view. A little bit hazy. I can see some sea mist on the horizon. And there does seem to be quite a bit of activity around the place. Walkers, explorers, people who are maybe staying at the hotel, just having an early morning ramble. I have got my sketchbook out, and the sketchbook I'm using is Delusions Creative Journal. I used this in my last Explore and Draw, which was now in April, 13th of April. So it's been a little while since my last one, but I wanted to get out today. It's good to keep the habit up. I'm also going to use my pre-painted pages. I've got a couple of pages which I've painted in a light green inks, and I think they'll work really well for what I'm looking at, this landscape. A lot of green, as it is the beginning of May, and you've still got those really bright greens. So I think this will work really well. And then you've got the lighthouse building at the top. So it'll be a nice focal point. It's actually quite a good spot here because I am just off the coastal path, so unlikely to be disturbed. So my first subject or first thing I'm tackling is actually the lighthouse. I'm just putting in base. So I've just got my watercolour set out, and I'm going to use my watercolours to put in the shapes. It's also quite muggy as well today. Which is a change from a couple of days ago when it was still quite windy here. There's lots of swallows flying around, which is kind of nice. Be nice to get the shapes in. So I'm just like moving on to the sea now and trying to carve in.
I think she's doing it properly. We've just been sketching, but we reckon you're doing it properly.
Oh, what's a proper way?
Well, we're yet to find out. But we're on an exploration and we're possibly about to see the proper way.
Oh, right.
Maybe, are we allowed to look?
You can if you want. I've just kind of just started it, really.
Because it's horrible when people come and have a look.
I'm just...
And then they go, oh, she's got it all wrong.
No, I
No,
don't
you haven't.
mind.
That's
I don't
lovely.
mind, really.
Got your watercolours, I'm glad to see them.
Well, I'm
mixed media.
Mixed
Very nice.
media.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Good, excellent.
yes,
The chimneys.
Mullion.
Oh yes, our friend Nick lives in Mullion.
you?
We come from Devon, I'm afraid, so we're cream on the bottom.
Oh,
people.
right,
But,
yeah.
So each morning I've been doing a sketch on their little envelopes.
Oh, nice.
And it's quite effective. You did one yesterday as well, didn't you? And this is bowls mint, which grows along the path.
Yes.
I've never seen it growing wild before, and it's the best mint for mint sauce to go with lamb.
Are you an art group?
No. We are now. We weren't 2 minutes ago, but we
I'm just sketching and they came
we
in.
said to Melanie.
Oh, I
we
see,
said,
they're disturbing you.
yeah. And we're trying to find out how to do it properly. We've been doing it for years, and we reckon that Melanie does it
I'd
properly.
love to do that properly. My mother could do watercolour.
It's the texture that I
Where
like.
do you live then? Though?
Yeah.
Mullion.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Anna. I'm not related to Grace and Perry. We've had that conversation, and you did sign a letter to me, love from your father's secret love child, which was we sailed round the island and looked at the geological structures
Oh,
there to
wow.
prove that all this area was once an ocean floor, big, huge slice of ocean floor that just went whoosh up and stuck on the rest of Cornwall.
What, the serpentine?
Yeah, well, it's not all serpentine. This isn't serpentine here. They're ocean rocks, but they've been mucked about a bit. That's a good colour. That's a grey of some sort, like a Payne's grey.
It's a raw umber.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a raw umber.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah.
Nice, very nice to meet you, Melanie.
Hi, Melanie.
Famous last words. When you say no one's going to disturb you, that's probably the most conversation I've had with random people on the coast path since I've been doing these explore and draws. So one of them was an artist, I think, who's from Devon, and then a couple of ladies who, I think one of them was actually the infamous ran Anne's Pasties. Anne's Pasties is a well-known establishment around these parts selling pasties. But obviously she, I think, has retired. So it continues, but yeah. I just told them about my open studios, so they might come and visit when I do that at the end of this month. Actually, I'll tell you a little bit about what I'll be showing at Open Studios. So I'll be sharing all my sketchbooks, so people will be able to flick through them and have a good look. But I'll also be selling some cards with my sketches on them, and postcards, art prints. I'm hoping I'll get a few art prints done, like Z-Clay, sea clay art prints, and these images will be of the Lizard Peninsula, different areas on the Lizard Peninsula. So I think that will be just really fun to see my work on some prints or products, and also see people's responses to them. I will actually be showing the work at my friend's Pippa the Potter, although she does actually paint as well, but she will be mostly doing her pots at her studio. So she's invited me to share her studio just for the week, along with another artist. So we'll be sharing it together. And I'll also be running some workshops as well during the week. It's a lovely area, and so her studio is actually in one of the barns that's been converted. High ceilings, really bright, great light. She actually runs workshops, pottery workshops there. So it's an ideal space really for creativity, and great to do work there. So I think it'd be really nice to do that for the week, when so often I'm working on my own or don't really, apart from when I do workshops, spend much time meeting people, other than today where there just seemed to be a lot of people about in a talkative mood. Okay, so there's a few different interesting features of this landscape. I've got the lighthouse at the top. I've got the lion's den, which would be nice to include. And then just the cliffs and the stones. So, as I was saying, there's a lot of bits that I want to include, but it means that it's not quite accurate, the perspective, but I just want to capture some of the areas. If I was trying to capture it all quite accurately, I would definitely need the paper to be a lot longer. It's got a slightly altered perspective, but I hope still captures the energy of the place. There's like little flecks of orange, which is the lichen on the rock, so I'm adding that at different points. I'm just cutting in the top of the paper where the green is. I'm just to shape it a bit better, just going over it with a blue, very light blue neocolour, which then gives me the sea. And I have a bit more of a shape to the horizon. Successful dog walking?
Well, we borrowed that one, and she doesn't want to go much further than where we sat.
Business. Yes.
See you, Melanie.
See. Some really, really gorgeous greens, and just layering them up with finding the colours with the greens, different greens, laying them over the top. Just love doing that. It makes the landscape glow. It's kind of what I'm trying to emulate. I'm just going to work on the top right of the sketchbook page. Again, just going over with a blue neocolour to give a bit more shape to the land. I'm just now adding a few fence posts and little details that kind of just show a bit more of life around this area. And yeah, I think, just a few more bits here and there. Still pretty murky out there. I mean, there is sunshine, but the sky is kind of greyish. Actually, there was one thing I wanted to add. I wanted to add a couple of bird shapes to remind me of the swallows. Just added a few bird marks. And then I'm just finishing off, just putting a little bit of line work over the sea, just to show movement. Okay, there we go. So that's it. I'm going to pack up and walk my way around the coastline. Thanks so much for listening to this podcast episode today. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to check out all of the photos that I was taking, then you can do so. Just find the podcast on my Substack newsletter and you'll be able to see all of the photos that I took there. Good morning. It's about 8:30 in the morning and it's a lovely June day. I've just pulled up at Porthallow car park on the beach. You can go right up and park on the beach. It's all pebbles, but yeah, it's very accessible. The only thing is actually driving here can be quite tricky because you've got a lot of narrow roads. So you have to be quite confident. Anyway, I'm just walking around on the pebbles and walking past there's quite a few boats, old fishing boats, and then the tide is I think it's quite low. As I said, it's a beautiful day and I am going to do some quick sketches here. There's also quite a few early morning swimmers. I've got a class actually in about an hour. Just round the corner at Cornwall Lavender Farm. So this is literally round the corner, so I'm going to give myself a time limit obviously, and I'm going to draw on my watercolour postcards. These are watercolour postcards that are cold press, so they've got a slight texture. I'm going to use my watercolours, but first of all I'm going to just do some pencil, using my Pitt pencil, just do a quick sketch. So this kind of sketching is very fast, hopefully. So although it's only 8:30 in the morning, the sun is already quite warm. I think in my car it was registering 20 degrees centigrade. I'm not sure what that is Fahrenheit. Anyway, that's quite warm for Cornwall. We normally have quite mild temperatures throughout the year, but usually whilst sometimes the rest of the UK is baking, our temperature will still be low 20s rather than high 20s. What I'm doing now is just drawing outlines with my oil pencil, just going straight in, trying to be confident with the lines, being quite quick. I quite like a continuous line when I'm drawing like this. Just keeps me a bit looser. So I'm just kind of looking to the left on the beach and just basically drawing what I'm seeing. Some nice cliffs, and the water is very calm. There are some swimmers, like I said, going in, and they just all shrieked when they went in the water. I've been told though the water is warm now, this time of year. But obviously it's not going to be tropical. So I've just done a quick outline of the land. Adding a little bit of shadow. Then I'm going to now open up my watercolours. And I've got my water brush. Watercolour in a very quick way, getting the colour down. I just find it's really fast. Just put some green, some lovely greens on the cliffs. There's still a bit of the mustard as well, so some bits of yellow. Cliffs around here are actually kind of like a burnt sienna colour, like a light burnt sienna, so a bit pinky. I'm going to do the bit of sea. The water's kind of greeny on one side and then goes all blues. And the view you can see really far actually. You can see all the way over to Falmouth and St Mawes. The clear day like today. Just dabbing on now some of the cliff face, that kind of browny, warm, pinky. I've added some white gouache now to my kit, watercolour kit, so I can mix up a slightly more opaque but lighter, so I can tint some of my watercolours. Okay. Doing a bit of the pebbly beach. It's very grey, the beach. And I'm just now doing a bit of the sky, but I'm actually using an Ecoline brush pen just to get I want a lighter blue. It's quite handy having that in there. Wow, it is warm. I can really feel it. It's going to be a hot day today. I've got my sunscreen, so I'll put that on in a minute. Yeah, just a very quick sketch today. As I said, I've got to go and do a workshop just at Cornwall, which will be in the lavender fields. Be exciting to do that. It's the season, the lavender season is so short. It's only about 6 weeks. Okay, and I think that's it for the watercolour. I'll just come back in with my pencil just to add a few more details on top with my details on top, so like pebble details. And also a little bit of sea movement. And I'll just write where it is, so it's Port Hallow, and sign it. There we go. I'll just take a picture. So there we go, just a really quick watercolour sketch this morning before I start my workshop at Cornwall farm. Hope you enjoyed this little explore and draw podcast today, and I'll speak to you again soon. Good morning, welcome to another explore and draw. It is morning, 9:21, and it's late August, and I am in the area of Kynance. I've tried to get here early because it's still the summer season, and generally this place is heaving. So I've come early, and there's already quite a few cars in the car park, and now I'm just heading over to the view that overlooks Kynance and the island, Asparagus Island. Some really stunning views. And on a summer's day, it probably does look a bit more Mediterranean. Although today it is windy or gusty and a little bit chilly. Definitely feels like autumn is on the way. And at the moment I am just looking for a spot to sketch to get a good view. Oh, and I can see the old abandoned cottages. Taking some pictures. I've got a hat on, but I'm not sure how much longer it's going to last on my head. I've got one hand on that and one on the camera. Really is, though, quite magnificent, the views around here, especially looking at the islands. And I thought it would be a good spot to do one of my prompts for summer season. One of them is view, and you've definitely got some good views here. There's already family groups having their pictures taken in front of Asparagus Island. I'm now on a little viewing ledge here, which has the cottages, the old cottages and the caff down below, and then the Asparagus Island. The actual sea is actually looking really dark blue in the distance, but kind of green tints. So I think that might be nice to capture. I could draw from here. I'm going to get myself set up.
Going to a picnic. Yeah. Where is the sun? Where is the sun? They're on a holiday. Whatever they want. It's all good. It's a holiday. They're in the coat.
Okay, hopefully you can still hear me. I've actually put my hood up because the wind is coming off the sea, and I'm trying to stay a little bit warmer. was quite funny listening to conversation then. So what have I got? I have pre-painted my pages with a grey inky wash. That was done this morning very, very quickly. I'm just going to take a picture of that. I think I would like to include the cottages, so I'm going to do that.
Oh, come here. Come. Oh, this is a beautiful area to sketch.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just doing the outside edges of the cottages. I'm going to make sure that they're actually in there. That's what I'm going to do. The greens are starting to turn now. There's like some oranges coming in where the leaves are dying. So I'm just using my Neo colours at the moment on top of the pre-painted page. I probably do look quite wrapped up. I've got my red coat on and the hood's done right up. I tell you, that wind does get into you, so hopefully I won't be here too long, but I know that I will start feeling quite cold. Glad I actually brought my coat, because I was thinking, oh no, I won't need my coat. Actually, I do. So I'm not drawing this out, I'm just kind of looking at where the negative space is around the cottages. So that means that they may come out a bit wonky, but I can adjust. They can be adjusted. Why do I do it like that? One, it gets me drawing quicker and just getting down the marks, and then the cottages kind of come out. Maybe you get a more accurate representation. It's kind of fun though, way of working. Kind of tricking your brain as well, because your brain always tries to tell you something, and not always right. Try and put in some roofs now. Needs a little bit more concentration. I love the textures that I can see. And that pre-painted page, the grey, is perfect texture for more of an abandoned building. Also using my pencils, so some Inktense pencils, and also my trusty oil pit pencil by Faber-Castell. I've got a new colour actually to my Neo colours, which is a English red, kind of like a brick colour, just the right kind of red, maybe a dark terracotta. Using a Prisma colour pencil white just to lighten up the pre-painted grey on one side of the house. Sometimes I use this pencil or a white Neo colour or a white gouache might work. Depends how dark the background is for it to show up. But yeah, that's looking nice. I like there's some deck chairs which are out at the front. Kind of just don't recognise them as deck chairs to begin with, but put them in. And also there's some parasols. Apricot, using, is it apricot? No, orange is yellow. Love all of the colour, the greens and those oranges, just so many different colour greens. And the more you look, the more you stay in one place looking, all of the colours start coming out. You just see so much variation. And it's just really beautiful. Kynance Cove is also got serpentine. It's on serpentine rock, so you can see the green hues of it. Oh, I can hear some choughs as well. Don't know if the microphone's picking up that noise, bird noise. It's the cry of the chough, Cornish chough. Now I have got a little pot of gouache here, like a little tin prepared with some colours that my friend Crixus had put together for me. They're very muted, earthy colours, so I'm just going in now and using like what looks like an umber to put down some rocks. Goes over the ink quite well. I use gouache a little bit like watercolour, so quite watery. Still some opaqueness to it though. This view just looks so cosy. And the wind has settled a little bit, or I've just got used to it. There are some big rocks though here, dark ones, little coves, some sand as well, a real mix. With this really quite bright green sea. That's what's so appealing about this area. Colours. Yeah, there are quite a few choughs here playing around. In the summer months you come here and you think, how could this possibly be a wild place? But it definitely is in the winter. I've been here when you can't stand up because the wind is so strong. It's probably why the cottages are abandoned. It is a difficult place to live, I would imagine, all year round. It's still quite green as well. I've had quite a wet mix, actually, a wet and at times sunny, but mostly wet this summer. So it means a lot of the greens are still there. It's not they're not washed out, which is nice. Almost lost a crane there, rolling down. So I'm going to take my watercolours now and mix up a really bluey, greeny sea colour. I think I'm using Daniel Smith's Sleeping Beauty, which seems to be just the right colour. Yeah, it is. You can hear kids down below screaming. Screaming with excitement. Mixing in now just a darker blue. See at the horizon. The sun's coming out. Using a watercolour marker now. These ones, I've got some from Faber-Castell Albrecht Dürer watercolour markers. Using grey just to definitely some stony textures. Because from this height, it just looks like the stones, you can see little stones, they look all dotted, of nice texture. Also using it on the side of rocks to give some definition. Probably get lost actually in this landscape. You could spend hours here. It is 9:58, so almost half an hour. Just marking out cliffs in the background. Using a Tombow marker just in the front with the green, although this Tombow marker is drying out. Going back to Neocolour now. It's quite nice. I'm using the Neocolour over the gouache, darker gouache. It's creating quite a nice effect. It's definitely quite a complex scene, this. And I feel like I'm all over the page, gradually building the scene. So much to look at. There's also like this yellow, which is the lichen, which is just popping up on the rocks, especially in the sunlight. Okay, mix up a green. To get a bit more coverage down. That dried up Tombow actually looks like more like pastel, which is actually quite nice. It's beginning to come together, tying up all of the bits. Oops. So many different greens there. I'm going over that Tombow mix now with Neocolour, another green. And it gets a bit of depth, softens that grass. Try and get some of the rock shapes. It is well, it is well. With my soul, it is well. Using the Neocolour now just to give some form, darken areas. When the sun comes out you can really see the shadows, and that's nice actually to bring that in. It's definitely a longer picture for me, but it's nice actually just to spend a bit longer looking, seeing all of those textures come. Ooh, there's a little boat coming on the horizon, which I might put in. Just going over the sea now with a Neocolour where it's jade green, and it really just lifts now some of that colour that was there. I'm going over the sea now, also at the top with my indigo Inktense pencil, blending that a bit with water.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
Oh, so have you got Michael and Isabella on his birthday?
I'm just about to.
Look how big it is.
Yeah, that is really turquoise.
It is.
The sand has come back.
I hope the artist there have got enough turquoise.
I've only got one pup. Gloria!
Close.
Gloria! Gloria, I've just got... It's a clumsy with their pom-poms like that. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, good dog.
Right, you sit there and
Well, no, I'll keep you waiting.
people want to sit there.
I'll keep you waiting.
Humphrey.
Where's Dad? Where's Dad?
That's it.
Okay, after quite a few tourists taking pictures behind me, I think I have now finished the piece, and I'll just take some pictures for you to see. So that is it. I'm feeling quite cold, but satisfied with the drawing time. It's always enjoyable. And yeah, I'm going to head back to the car. So thanks so much for joining me on this podcast today, and I'll speak to you again very soon. Hi. The cows are out as well. Wow, the car park is now filled up. It's pretty busy. To get to these places quite early. Hello, welcome to another Explore and Draw podcast. Today I am seated on a little tiny bench which has the name Pisky, in memory of Pisky and Peggy, who I'm assuming are dogs. And it's a lovely bench situated just under a pine tree with the view of the sea in front of me, and a lovely swathe of ferns, devil bit scabious and other wildflowers, with the beach and then the sea. And I'm actually in a place called Kenwick Sands. Kenwick Sands East, I think. It's the furthest beach away from where you would park up, and I'm taking in the view. I've just been actually filming here, and I am actually filming this. Instead of just listening, you can watch as I work in my sketchbook. You can find it on YouTube, hopefully. It will all be uploaded. And it is the first week in September. The sun is out, and there's a little breeze. There's always a breeze. But it is a beautiful, warm, sunny morning. So I'm going to sketch the view, hopefully get some of this pine tree in, which is providing me with some shade. And I'll sketch the view in front of me. I'll start actually just by marking out the tree shape with my brush pen, because I really like it and I want to make sure I get it in. I'm going to put it in now, otherwise either I forget or other things become more dominant. So I'll try and get that in. Also help me with the rest of the composition to get that in now. Yeah, so I've been filming this morning already. Been doing a lot of filming recently as I want to make use of the good weather before it probably starts descending. I've been my attention really has been to capture wildflowers, identify them, film them, photograph them, and just make a note of where they are and also what they are. I'm taking a book around with me in my backpack just so I can identify. And then every time I see one, I will repeat it out loud in order to memorise it. And then also draw it as well, or just make notes on it. Can't always spend a lot of time drawing every flower, but it does work because I am remembering and being able to identify flowers, wildflowers anyway. I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about garden flowers or what they are, but I could probably identify at least 100 wildflowers that are on the Lizard Peninsula. I'm sure actually in other parts of the country are also the same or similar wildflowers, so hopefully that knowledge will transfer to other parts. But there are some rare ones also that are just particular to the Lizard Peninsula. Anyway, on the drawing front I have now drawn the tree, pine. It's actually a very cute tree. I'm just going to put in the beach tide, or the tide line, will help give me composition. It's like a little stream as well running down, so I'll put that in. And then I'm just looking now for the darker bits like stones, shadows. Are there any flowers that I want to highlight? Definitely. There's lots of devil's bit scabious around here, so lots of little purple-headed flowers. They look like little boars on top of sticks. Different to sheep's bit scabious, as I've learnt. Sheep's bit scabious look very similar, but they look like they've had a bite taken out of them. Whereas devil's bit, they are very perfect, circular, spherical. Okay. There's also some butcher's broom as well, which is quite exciting. And I'm just putting in some really quick shapes of that. Just keeping an eye on my camera as well, that it won't run out. So it may possibly do that. also going to put the horizon just very gently across. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this because it is a bit shadowy here. There's a nice rock formation, or a few rocks in the sea. And I might just skew a little bit of the perspective here because there's some nice rocks on the other side, which would be interesting. It's just having the background. No. Just gone. Just gone and done a double horizon by mistake. That's okay, we will work around that. I'm going to put some gouache. Green. Neo colour as well. Definitely trying to make this a little bit more looser. Just putting dots of purple for the sheep's bit, the scabious. Nope, for the devil's buttons. For the devil's buttons, or sorry, devil's bit scabious. I think they're also known as devil's buttons. Intriguing names, aren't they? I think there is an old kind of legend that says that if you pick them, then the devil would visit you at night at your bedside. So there's that. I think really it was to dissuade people from picking them. But I would not like to find out. And I'm using Neocolour to put in the sea. Just find my sea blue. Sea is very sparkly today. You can really see actually that loads of butcher's broom. And that it's called butcher's broom because it used to be picked and then used to sweep the floors of the butchers. Because it was quite good as a broom. It's useful too. I know, I'm fond of information. Well, at the moment, I might forget it all. One of the reasons why I am, though, quite obsessed with wildflowers at the moment is because I'm planning on creating a wildflower course, online course, to follow on from my joy of sketching outside. So this is all preparation for that. Just want to make sure that I know my wildflowers, but also because I'll be taking, like I say, taking lots of pictures and reference photos because they'll be shared on the course. So even if you don't have access to wildflowers, you'll have lots of reference imagery that you can use, and then that will help you with the projects. There'll be a few different projects that we'll be doing that will be based on wildflowers. Hopefully it'll be a fun course. Okay, so I've focused a bit now on the tree, trying to get those spines, I think they're spines, pine spines. I might just have made that up, but they kind of look like them, don't they? Spiky spines. I'm using a combination of Derwent Inktense pencils, and then also Neocolours. It's a great kind of colour, sepia, which is good for branches. Really nice colour. Also using it for the pine cones as well. Quite a few little ones. It's fun to put these in. It's just blocking that green there. Come back to that. Trying to keep it, like I said, very quick, loose. Maybe just get now a bit of the shape of some of the plant butcher's broom. I'm just putting a bit of warmth now because of all of the ferns that have turned brown, orange. So I'm just popping in a little bit of scribble to indicate that. Popping some more rocks. Stones. So I'm just going over now with my pit pencil. When things land on me. Just to give a little bit of movement to the piece sketch. And there we go. I will now just write Chadwick. Chadwick sands east. I also want to write the drawn from Pisky and Peggy's seat. And there we go. I'll finish up here by taking some pictures so that you can see them on my Substack podcast page. And yeah, like I said, you could probably, hopefully, view this on YouTube and see the in progress. If you want to check out anything to do with the wildflower course, just make sure you're signed up to my Substack newsletter, and I will be sharing news about when it's going to launch and what you can expect. You'll probably also hear about it on YouTube and possibly Instagram as well. Thanks so much for joining me today, and I will speak to you again really soon. Good morning. Welcome to another Explore and Draw episode. Today I am wandering through the streets of Mullion, feeling a little bit more conspicuous because I'm walking through the housing, just going past the doctor's surgery. I'm trying to actually find my subject for today, and that is treehouse. And if I remember correctly, there's one that is just past the surgery. It's quite noisy though here. You might be able to hear some work going on in the background, as well as lots of crows. I haven't done one of these, I don't think, since September. October was a very busy month with the exhibition at Coast Colour Canvas Gallery, and then had another workshop and a lot of orders, which have been really encouraging to receive. Plus the weather. The weather actually has been pretty bad. So it's meant that I haven't been able to get up or out as much as I want, although I have been sketching here and there. I thought today it is calm, there's no wind, and the subject, treehouse, I think would be really fun to do. So I've just arrived at my destination. I can see the treehouse in the distance. There are a few houses in the vicinity, so I'm going to try and find a spot to put my chair so that I'm not too conspicuous. And I can also see the treehouse at the same time. I have brought my foldable chair, which I'm sitting on, and then I've got a little foam pad which I'm just going to put on the floor to put my bag on, because it is a bit damp. Might need to get a bit closer to take some pictures, but from here I can see it, so I will draw it first and then maybe take some pictures that are a bit closer. Don't think it will take me too long to do this one. So what I might do is do one from this angle and then go a bit closer. It's very, very calm today, which is very nice after the storms we've been having here. I think it's been happening actually all over the country, but on the peninsula you get used to actually really strong winds because they do happen quite regularly. It actually feels quite strange. Sometimes actually drawing in the wind is actually nice in a way because it just adds to your texture, gets you moving quite quickly. So this will be interesting because there really isn't any wind. I'm just trying to look at the shape of the tree that the house is in. It's pretty much like a little shed someone has put in a big pine tree. So I am working with neocolours at the moment, getting down the dark areas, because we're in November now. There isn't a lot of light at the moment. Today there isn't. Sometimes you can get these really nice autumnal light days. Today is one of those overcast days, so everything looks quite dark. Means that the tree is quite silhouetted in a way. It's just quite dark, which is good because it means you can see the branches and you can focus on that. And you can probably hear all the birds. There are lots of crows nesting. I think I've said this before, there aren't that many trees around the area, but the ones that are quite sturdy. A few sturdy pines that have lasted through the storms. can really hear a bird singing. It's funny when you sit for a while, you can hear suddenly more. Same like that with colours and what you see. You sit for a while and suddenly you see more. Just noticing in the background of the tree house, there's some actually quite nice, softer, warmer colours. Because there are so many birds, I'm going to put some in the drawing. Oh wow, there's a huge flock of them going past. And put it in a frame. Just finished it off with some kind of very light lines, look a little bit like sticks. So there we go, that one is actually all just Leo colour and I haven't added any water to it either. Quite simple sketch, that one. So I'm going to see if I can get a closer look, a different angle, and do that maybe on the other side. May actually use my fountain pen or do it in black ink or something. Just walked a bit closer up the road, so I've got now a closer view of it. I'm actually going to use my markers and maybe some pen as well, or pencil. I'm going to start with my markers anyway. So I'm using my grey markers. You can see there's a window actually now in the tree house itself, which I couldn't see further back. If you haven't used markers, I would definitely encourage you to. They're just very nice to work with. I sometimes use them to mark out things. And then because these are water soluble, it means that you can make them fade. They generally kind of disappear when you add more layers to them anyway, but it's a nice way of working when you're not maybe want to go straight in with something that's really dark. Trying to keep my voice down because I'm quite close to people's houses here, so if you think I'm whispering, that's why. And it is still in the morning before 10, so I'm going to add some water. Okay, I've started working on top now with my fountain pen. I'm actually using my Sailor fountain pen. Hasn't used it for quite some time. Used to love using this pen. Used it lots of times. Kind of get into the habit of using something. So I haven't used it for a while. You can get some really nice lines with it. Thick and thin, because it's bent. It's got a bent nib. It's actually pretty good for trees. You've got all of those branches. Morning. I'm almost out of ink, so I'm going to see if I can squeeze a bit more out. But if not, I will see if I've got any in my Lamy pen. Ooh, I found a black. I've actually added colour now. I couldn't leave it just black and white, so I've come in with new colour on top. Kept a limited colour palette. Added a little bit of yellow. I feel like this one has been a little bit squeezed into its place, so I haven't got the nice shape of the tree. But it is zoomed in and kind of onto the actual tree house. I like it next to the other one.
Are you painting?
Yeah.
It seems a very odd subject matter.
What?
That street.
No, it's the tree house.
Oh, it's just that's all right. Because I looked out the window and I thought, so why is she doing a street with cars and things?
But then that is also an interesting subject matter to some.
The trees are fantastic, aren't they? Just a wonderful wedge shape. And they're very good. Oh, well done.
I'm just
Excellent.
looking at the tree house. That was quite fun.
That's good.
Yeah, I do like that one. That one's squished in, so it's not, you haven't got the whole bit of it. But you've got the focus on the tree.
What else have you got in your book? Can I
Well, you
sneak?
you can look in this one, actually. This one is probably more landscape. That one's, I've only really started this one. Oops. Welcome to look. So this one's
It's just a hobby, or do you do it for work? Or
No, I mean, I'm
student?
an illustrator. That's my job. But then I go out and sketch.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
And
When you
sketch the area.
illustrator for, oh, good, yeah. For anything particular?
A range of things, like mostly commercial projects,
All right.
like magazine editorials,
All right, great.
website. Anyone who wants illustration.
Does it earn well?
Well, it pays my bread and butter, let's say that. And then this stuff is something I keep going and
Getting enough
doing.
money for doing something you enjoy is
Yeah.
always a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it is all freelance, so it's still like having to find that work. And
Yeah.
sometimes you'll have quite lots of clients, and other times you won't have hardly any.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Hello.
She's doing the tree, not the car, not the street.
No, well, I thought maybe the hedge. I thought probably not the car.
Yeah.
No, it was
Yeah.
the tree house.
Yeah.
Tree house, which we always actually helping.
I wanted to have a close look.
It's locked itself
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
But
They're
yeah,
really nice. They're really colourful. I like the colours you're using.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought I often go past this, so I was like, right, I need to sit and
That's great.
do the tree house.
I love that you're getting closer.
Yeah, that was at the bottom.
Yeah.
That one, and then I got a bit closer here. But I noticed it's hard to actually get any closer because it's kind of tucked
It is, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
into someone's
Well,
garden. Yeah,
It is a great tree house as well. Yeah, it is a great tree. Thank you for showing us.
that's all right. Okay, so that's it for today's Explore and Draw. Captured the treehouse, one a bit further away, one a bit closer up. Taken a few photos, and I'm off back home. Hope you've enjoyed this time out with me, and I will speak to you again next month. Very thankful to all of you who have listened and continue to listen. I hope to keep producing it. Thanks so much for joining me today, and I'll speak to you again soon. Good morning. Welcome back to another episode of Explore and Draw. It's an early morning in January. It's the first kind of day where it's not raining torrentially or really windy. It's sunny, so I thought I'd come out, bring my stool, and walk over towards a place called Melanie Meadows. One of the places though I regularly walk anyway. My prompt I'm using today is tree, and I know there are quite a lot of trees just in the meadow, so I thought I'll walk over there and see. You can see there's a lot of bird noise, crows, some seagulls, and then smaller garden birds. I expect there's robins. So yeah, hope you're well. It's been a little while since I did one of these. Last one I did actually was, I think it was a tree house, so we're going to be drawing another tree. In December I was quite ill, and then I was having to do a lot of shipping for orders, so I spent a lot of time just getting those out, but also trying to rest a bit. So I'm just going past the complex here, which has got the Trennant's chocolate factory, craft centre, art gallery. I'm going to go through a little gate which will take me into a small area which has been planted up with trees. Hey, right. It's okay. I'll wait to open it. All right. It's nice, isn't it? That it's
Beautiful.
not raining.
So nice not to have that wind.
I know. It makes
And
a
no
difference.
rain.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mel.
Yes.
Mel, hang on. You're sketching.
Yes. I'm just going to sketch
Now,
and...
did my Tom get me a calendar? Do you know?
Yes.
We did.
Yes.
No, I haven't had it.
You haven't had it yet?
He did say at Christmas, I put it somewhere, and we've been away for a few days.
Oh.
And I left a message to him saying, can you find the calendar when I come back? And I've come back and there's still no blooming calendar. And so where are you going today?
Actually, I'm just going to walk around this area because I wanted some trees, so not too far really. Yeah, but it is nice to be out again. And
Oh, it's lovely, yes.
you too. And hopefully you'll get your calendar. Yeah.
We're a week into the new year already.
That was nice to chat. Hopefully she'll get her calendar soon and she can fill it all in. So I have just found a little stone bench, which I'm not sitting on because it's a little bit wet, and I've brought my stool with me so I can set it up beside it, and I'm using the bench to put my bag and my materials on. So it's like a little table, and in front of me then are, I would say, like a little copse of trees. You can see they've just got started to look flat. Oh wow, there's a bullfinch I just spotted. Or a goldfinch. No, it's a goldfinch. Goldfinch has got yellow. That was nice. Oh wow, there's quite a few. Chaffinch, goldfinch, bullfinch. Tell you what, it's so nice just to be here, sitting outside. And there's no wind. And you can just hear the birds, and you've got the sun on your face. You know, when you just want to sit in a moment. There's also a field. The field in front of me is a meadow which has llamas, so it's a llama field. If you'd have been listening to my podcast for a while, it was in April, or March or April, that I've got a picture of a llama in the field. So, I've set out my stall, so to speak. I pre-painted a couple of double pages before I came out. They're actually still a little bit damp because I did it just before I came out. So they are a little bit damp, but they've got a bit of texture on them. Very light wash of yellows and golden sands and grey. I did spray them also with alcohol, so they have like a mottly texture. A little bit wrinkly though. I'm using my Moleskine, so the paper's not as thick as my other Ranger sketchbook. I've had to order another one now because I actually came to the end of that square one and I really enjoyed using it, so I have put in another order for... Actually, I think I've put in an order for two. One a square one and then a smaller one, because I just love that card, the paper in it. It's really great for mixed media and layering. And I think I want to do more of the layering with, pre-painted pages, and I think that will work better going forward. Anyway, we'll see what happens. The effect that we have today. Try and get a photo. The light is very bright. Okay, so I want to do these trees, and there's a little path that goes to the gate. I think that would be really nice to put into it. So as I've said, I'm working on top of pages that I've already prepared. I'm now using my gouache tin, which has got a mix of quite neutral colours. And basically just mixed up a few of them to make really quite a dull brown. Not very interesting, but it's a base, great base actually, for these tree shapes, which is what I'm getting. Kind of a light brown, because then once I get the shapes down, I'll then come in again with some darker colours and then also lighter. So actually this is more of a mid-tone. Just get that shape down. You could do this with like a brush pen, brush marker, really anything that is easy to work on top of. And I'll I'll come back in with some neocolours, I think, and yeah, I think neocolours and maybe some of the pencils as well for textures. Some really nice lichen on the tree, so that would be quite interesting to draw, to capture. So these trees, they look quite gnarly, a bit of character. Oh, it's a robin. That was a robin. I'm going to use now one of my Albert Durer's brush pens. I'm going to put the gate in. I just really like, there's a signpost, I want to get that in. Doing a darker brush pen now for some shadows, tree shadows along the path. I'm using neil colour, just raw ember on some of the branches, get some texture. There's some flies around as well. Must be warm. I'm using a light green to now cut in to capture the grassy areas, covering over that background colour. You can still see bits of it there. Kind of gives everything a bit of a glow. The chromium green, slightly bluer, works really well for shadows. I love all the shadows, the way that they make this kind of textured carpet of green grass. Really patterned. There are definitely more trees than what I've captured. I've just selected a few. It's a little raven, well, not little. Sky's very blue. Morning. Just noticed a big black cloud has just come through. So it's very moody now. I wonder if it's gonna rain. casting all kind of shadows though. There's some beautiful willow trees which are catching the light in the background, kind of orange, like, you know, they're on fire. They're not, but so there is a bit of rain coming. This is so weird. It's like really, really warm, sunny, and the rain. A bit of rain coming down. I don't know if you can hear that. Hopefully it'll just be a passing shower. Okay, going back out, the rain cloud I think has passed, so I can finish up this drawing. When I was just taking shelter, I was just taking a closer look at some of the leaves. I've got splodges, rain splodges. Definitely feels a bit colder now. Some of the splodges are on the bark of the tree, so it kind of looks like part of it, which I think works quite nicely. Now just using a Inktense pencil bark just to refine some of the branches. Just want to bring them out from the background, adding little twigs as well, marks in the grass. But I like how the rain has actually made its own marks, nicely added to the picture. So the rain's also helped bleed some of the brush marks, happy accidents. The sun's coming out again. Colours here are changing so much. I think that again is just such a different experience drawing outside compared to just drawing inside with a picture that doesn't change. Here you've got the landscape changing in front of your eyes, which kind of pushes you, makes you aware of different things, you know, different shapes, which is what I can see now. With the sun out, you suddenly notice different shapes and shadows which you hadn't seen. And then with that black cloud, it kind of highlighted something else, which I could then add in. Just makes sketching so much more enjoyable, and I hope makes the picture more alive and captures something that a photograph can't. Okay, I'm going to wrap up here. Managed to take some pictures, just about. The sun's so bright it's quite hard to get the levels. Hopefully you can see it, though, the result below in the post. And if you have any questions, just let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for listening today and joining me on this Explore and Draw episode. And I hope to speak to you again soon. Bye guys, thanks for listening. Good morning. Welcome to another Explore and Draw podcast episode. Today I am down in the woods. I am whispering slightly because I'm also recording the sounds and I've set up a microphone about 20 metres away from me. So I'm trying to record the sounds of the woods, and I thought I'd do some sketching at the same time and record this podcast. Always trying to do a few things at once. Anyway, I hope you're well. It is the middle of February. We had quite a lot of rainfall last night and early this morning. So the water, the river that you can hear in the background, the stream, it's normally a quiet, gentle stream, has become a kind of a raging waterway through the woods. And everything is very wet, a lot of mud on the roads, and some flooding, a lot of flooding. But I set out early this morning, about 8, and it was really misty. But I knew I needed to record some soundscapes it's actually for my wildflower course, which I'm in the midst of preparing. February, well, I started last year, but for editing purposes I've really been working hard at it. January and now February, hoping for launch imminent. I'll be opening the doors end of February and hopefully we will be ready for March. So I'm quite excited about it. And just on the last few things I have to do for it. Hence why I am doing a few things at one time. But let me describe the surroundings to you where I am. I'm over towards Helford Village. It's not far from where I am. I'm actually in the woods. It's on the east side of the Lizard Peninsula. So there aren't really many woods on the west side. But yeah, these woods are not far from the infamous Frenchman's Creek, made famous by Daphne du Maurier in her books. And I'm just looking in front of me at some really moss-laden trees. We've just been through the wet season, or this is the wet season. And the moss on the trees seems to have multiplied, or it's illuminant. Looks a little bit like it's on steroids at the moment, because it's so bright. The green is so bright. So I'm capturing, that's what my focus is, I'm just capturing the trees and the moss. I'm using my Neocolours, mostly the green. I've even got the yellow green out. You know the yellow green, it's a very bright green. And I'm mixing it with raw umber and a more muted green, moss green. The green I'm using is a moss green. I always find when you sit in a place, the bird song becomes louder and louder. Sometimes notice it when you're walking through a bit, and you think, oh, there's not many birds. But when you sit in a place, everything becomes a bit louder. These are actually the woods that I filmed in last year at the beginning of my wildflower course prep back in, I think it was April or May last year. So I was wanting to get the spring flowers, and this woods in April, May is just full of bluebells, and then you've got the primroses and also the wild garlic. You just get swaths of it. So that's been really nice actually to see and edit on film, because it is really beautiful. But I can see at the moment there's just lots of green plants. I'm using a koi colouring brush pen just to do a few little marks of the leaves that are coming through, young shoots. I can feel a little bit of a breeze on the back of my neck. The wind is picking up a little bit. Quite sheltered though down in this woodland, which is why you've got obviously a lot of wood, a lot of trees. I think it's funny, I've just realised that my last few episodes have been focused on trees. You'd think I'd have an obsession with trees. Maybe I do. Maybe I just don't realise it. But I think trees at this time of year in the winter months are definitely quite interesting, because they've shed all of their leaves, their coverage, and what you see is just the shapes of them, and that's probably maybe why they are quite interesting at this time. Ooh, the wind is definitely picking up now. I have put a wind muff on my microphone, so hopefully it's all clear and you can hear me okay. The branches are really, really dark where they've just been saturated with water. Just though makes them very interesting to draw. I'm using an Inktense pencil, leaf green. I'm going to switch to a mustard because one of the trees has that kind of look colour-wise to it. I haven't been dripped on as well. As I said, there was quite a lot of heavy rainfall. As I was walking actually towards this spot, there were so many squirrels. I hadn't seen so many, and they were all just scrambling up the banks. I think I might have disturbed a nest or something. I haven't seen any since I've settled here. I'm probably just looking at me, keeping watch. I've got actually a few more pencils, different types of pencils in my kit. which I've been using over the last month. I'm just getting familiar with those. There's a drop on my sketchbook. I'm using a new, well, it's a brown neocolour for the ground area. And then going over it with a burnt sienna. Pick out shapes of leaves. It's time to get my water brush out and just soften, do some background trees. Kind of woodland scene, there is a lot of background going on, which you don't want it to compete with your foreground. Just working out how to do that. I often find it's just kind of impressions of what could be there. Colours, texture. Okay, I can feel my watch buzzing, which tells me that my time is up for the recording, so I'm going to go and stop that, and then I'll come back here. Okay, I've stopped the recording, so I'm not going to spend too much longer here. I've got to go and record one more spot. I'm trying to do it early, or before 11, so this will be quite a scrappy sketch, I think. That's okay. Just notice there's a few of these leaves, like ochre, orange, last of the leaves on a tree. I quite like them shapes. I'm just doing them randomly on the on the right hand side of the page. They're not really attached to anything at the moment, but I'm kind of in my eye line, so a little bit more abstract. You know, when you see something in your peripheral vision. Now I'm just going in, adding a tree in that area. Okay, I'm going to be finishing this off in the next minute or so. Just adding a few more greens. Really quite a simple sketch today. to capture the colours of this season. And the moss that's in the area. And take a quick photo. It's my little setup. Taking a few photos of the woods so you can see, and also the green moss. And also take a picture of my kit. And time to pack it. The stick branch just broke off a tree. Good job I wasn't sitting under that one. Pack up my stool. I didn't say I was sitting on that as well. Very handy in weather where everything is damp. And I forgot a pen. I just saw I dropped a new colour. It was quite a brand new one, so picked that up. That was a green, blended in. Okay, I'm back on the trail, and I'll walk back up to where I was parked. I'm walking past the river. Well, now river. You can hear some banging. It might be shooting. Standing on the bridge, so you can hear the river. It's roaring away. As I said, if you visit this woods in May, everything is a lot drier, and the river is just a tiny little stream. So I will leave you here, let you enjoy the sounds of the birds. And thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll speak to you again soon. Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Explore and Draw. Today I am visiting a part of the Lizard Peninsula, which is right at the southerly point. I'm walking down to a spot called Cathilian Cove. At the moment I'm just navigating some of the really muddy fields, if you can hear, and it feels really quite warm, even though we've had a lot of rainfall so far in March. The sun is out today. So I have got quite a few layers on, but I'm sure I will be wanting to take some off because it does feel quite warm. Where I'm heading to is right by the sea, so I'm thinking it might be a bit fresher down there. Walking down through the fields at the moment, and I can hear quite a few different birds chirping away. As I said, I've got the sun on my face. There is a bit of cloud, but it's actually really nice to actually see some blue sky. So the ground is very damp. It's saturated. So I am wearing my walking boots, which I'm glad I did, because there are definitely some muddy, boggy bits to navigate. Oh, and I'm just spotting some of the wildflowers that have come out. There's some nice celandine, which is coming up in the fields. That's the star-shaped yellow flower. Oh wow, there's actually a lot of it. It looks so pretty. And I've just turned the corner and the view in front of me, it is stunning. So we're in the area where I can look over to some islands, little islands. The only things that live on the islands are the birds, but they're very dramatic looking. It's called Kynance Cove, and they're on my right-hand side. And yeah, they look quite majestic on the horizon there. There are a few waves as well, it looks like. So they're crashing into the rocks. But it is a stunning view all the same. And now I've got like a field of celandine. So I've got the yellow celandine with then the blue of the sea and then the dark islands. It's quite a view. I think I might stop here and just take a picture so that you can see what I'm talking about. If you're listening on Spotify or Apple, then the photos that I post, I put in my Substack post. So if you're a paid subscriber, you'll be able to check them out. Let's see if I can get a photo. I think this is the warmest I've felt this year, being outside, which is always good. So this cove, Cathilian Cove, is where quite a few wildflowers, rarer wildflowers, were discovered. There was a botanist, the Reverend C.A. Johns, who came down, I think in the 1800s, maybe it was mid to late 1800s, and spent a week or so down here and discovered a few of the wildflowers that he hadn't before. So I think there was like the upright clover, one of the wildflowers he discovered. And then in this area there's also wild asparagus, which grows on one of the islands that I just talked about. And you've got Cornish heath. Then there's broom rape, and then other clovers. But it is middle of March, or actually coming towards the end of March. So we will soon be moving into the wildflower blooming season. At the moment, as I said, I can just see celandine everywhere. It's actually, yeah, really nice to see life return to this part. And there's a little brook that is running down between a valley. I can see quite a lot of birds. I think they might be bullfinches. See if I can get a bit closer. Don't think my camera is able to quite pick them up. They are camouflaged. I can hear some choughs as well. So there are also some very rocky areas here. And from this part, going up to Kynance, there's a divide of the rock. So one side, I think, is mica schist, and then the other side is serpentine. So towards the Lizard Point, that is mica schist. So you'll have different soils which will support different flowers. So that's why going towards Kynance you'll get these maybe rarer plants that you don't see. Oh yeah, they are choughs. The birds that I heard, you can see that they're orange legs and their orange beaks. Wow. They're quite amazing to see up close. I'll see if I can get some pictures. Just see a couple up there as well. Oh, off they've gone. I was here last, though, in January, sketching in preparation for my retreat that I'm going to be running here. This is one of the spots that we'll be coming to. And so I thought it would be great to come down and do some more sketching. I want to get kind of a feel of the colour palettes that are in this area. Obviously a lot of it is green, but you've got a beautiful lichen, so the yellowy orange, the rock, which is quite neutral, and then you've got the sea with all of its colours, blues, greys, greens. But in a month's time, this area will probably have more wildflowers growing all the way down the stream. Ooh, the choughs have come back. Wow, there's quite a number of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 choughs. You can hear them. They've now split into 2 gangs. One gang is going up the side, the other gang are perched on lookout. Well, that was interesting. They seem to be cleaning their beaks. So I'm just walking down to the sea, and I'm just going to find a spot to sketch. There's quite a lot of walkers around today. It's unusual actually to see so many, but it is a warm day, like I said, and calm. It's not raining, it's not really very windy. There's also helicopters circling, which is quite normal because we've got the air base not far from here at Coldrose. I'm sorry, I just laughed then because I just looked over my shoulder and all of the choughs are now all in a group, huddled together, watching. So today, sketching-wise, I have brought 3 sketchbooks, and my thought is to do some pre-painted pages on location, which I don't normally do. I've also attracted a few midges, flies or little flies. They tend to congregate. I always find they congregate just above your head. So if you hear any wafting, it's because that's what I'm wafting them away. Hopefully they'll lose interest. and they'll not want to bother me. So I've positioned myself just like not far from the stream, which is probably why there are so many little flies. And the stream going into the sea. There's just really lovely shapes of the rocks, and I think that would be nice to capture. As I said, I am going to do some pre-painted backgrounds on some of these, working across 3 sketchbooks at once. Normally I pre-paint my pages before I come out, but just thought let's give it a go on location instead. And that's why I've brought 3 sketchbooks, because it means, once I've done one, then I can wait for the others to dry. So I'm just dropping on some of the ink and adding some water with a spray bottle. Got a little spray bottle. That looks kind of cool. Take a picture. Wonder how fast things will dry. Being quite experimental today. Oh my goodness. I just looked up and the fly swarm has grown. Try not to pay attention to them. One thing I haven't brought with me is some salt. Maybe there'll be some salt in the air. Quite like to add that sometimes to my inky spreads, because it just gives a really nice texture. So I'm on to my second sketchbook now. Spraying it first with some water and dropping in some grey. I'll try and get the shape of the landscape. Whereas the other one I wasn't really thinking about that at all. We are using some really bright flesh colour. Actually, what's this called? Yeah, flesh colour. It's really like a bright apricot. So like I said, normally when I prepare my pages in advance, I'm not thinking about where I'm going to be drawing. So this is quite weird actually, because I'm looking at the landscape and I'm doing these really quite abstract spreads, colours. I'm thinking they really don't go, but I think it would make it quite exciting to work on top of them. What I'll do is I'll take a picture of the 3 spreads. What I had wished I brought was some paper towel or something, so I can lift some of this off. Could use my hands, but let's just wait. Looks like the wildlife are just coming to investigate what I'm doing. There's a bee. Okay, now I'm working on top of one of the pages, which is dried. I'm working on top of what I've done with the Neocolour crayons. Just so much plant life coming to life. Ooh. Bit of a worm. So I've just lifted myself up onto my stool. As my legs are beginning to ache a little bit from kneeling. I'm using a really light grey for the sea at the moment. Using that as my base. Part of the cliffside has got like a bit of mist coming up from the sea. I'm using a mix now. I'm coming in with a Derwent drawing pencil on the sea. This one is a smoke blue. Oh wow, the colour's changed again. The sun's bright again. I'm just creating kind of really simple rock shapes. give the impression of the rocky surface. Now carving in some of the steps that are coming down. Now I've got the sun out, you can really see the shapes, shadows. So I'm trying to emphasise those shadows. Dark and light areas. Oh, and the sea's looking really sparkly. Add a bit more blue in. Wow. Green as well. Some turquoise. Oh wow. The waves just came crashing in and everything was sparkling. Oh, there's a bumblebee. He's actually found a spot in my tin. Let's see if I can take a picture of him. No, he's gone. That was a big bumblebee. Up on the horizon now I can see some Shetland ponies just munching the grass. Just using a marker pen. It's a watercolour marker, warm grey, just to add in some details of the rocks. I'm going to put that to one side and just let some of the bits dry. And I'm just going to see if I can focus on something else. Okay, so I've done a little recce and I'm going to just move over to just a couple of metres really away. And I'm going to be looking away from the sea because there's quite an interesting view with a house on the horizon. I think that would make a really nice, interesting composition. So I'm going to move all my stuff and sketch just over there. It's really quite interesting. The sky has gone really, it's quite grey, but it looks even greyer, I think, because of the sun on one side. So I am doing the negative space around the house. That will be just, yeah, it's quite dramatic looking. I also want to get in the picture some of the rock which has got the lichen on it. So you can see a bit of the landscape, or capture some of the landscape. I see my band of flies have followed me. They probably are different, but I feel like we're friends now. Notice there are some ants as well here. So I've got one side of the sky, it's got that really, really dark cloud. Actually, it's moving now, so I can see the shape of it. And then the other side is now revealing the blue sky. See if I can get both in this sketch. It really does look quite dramatic. And then the white of the house is just making a really nice composition. And the blue sky is reflected in the windows. So those windows look like they're lit up with blue. Some really nice colours going on, contrasts. I'm using an Inktense block now. It's kind of a little bit like a pastel. It's also water soluble, so I can add water to it. I quite like it as a pastel, a dry pastel. It gives a really nice texture and is particularly good for capturing the heath, the shrubland, which is kind of a lot of this area. You know, like the gorse and the heather, kind of like the dead heather. That hasn't yet come back. Oh wow, so just looking at the light again. It is so beautiful when you get that contrast. Dark and light. I think that's what I just love about when you're working on location, is the light. It changes and it gives you another thing to look at, another thing to capture. And yeah, you might think, oh, but it keeps changing. How am I going to capture it? It keeps changing. But what I see is actually it just highlights another area for you to capture. Like, try and just capture what it is that you see and add it to your sketch. And you'll find that it just adds more life. And you're not trying to replicate exactly what it is that you see. You're not trying to take a photo. You just want to capture the essence of what it is. Bits that you are drawn to. And again, that's why it's so good to just sketch from life, and everyone's interpretation, everyone's picture is going to be slightly different because we're all drawn to slightly different things. What you see in the landscape and what you're attracted to will be maybe different to what I'm attracted to. But it can all feed us as well and show us something else that we see that maybe we miss. I think that's wonderful. I really love working on top of like a colour that you wouldn't normally reach for. And this ground that I'm working on at the moment, which is kind of like a golden sand and then a bit of grey, it really, I just love working on it. The colour is just, it's perfect for this environment because you see this colour everywhere, on the stones and on the roofs, on tiles, on walls. It's like the colour that kind of seems to seep through the whole of the landscape. Just seems to work. And I've tried other colours, like I've tried a pink, and I found pink just, you know, it just doesn't feel as connected. Just makes, doing this now, I'm just feeding off the colour. It's making me feel very connected to what I'm drawing. I think that's a good sign. And now, if I'm looking on the right side, it is now a blue sky, a very blue sky. I haven't seen a blue sky in ages. And it's amazing. It's really singing with a contrast of that dark grey. Love that. It's like without the darkness, you can't appreciate the light. Well, there was one Shetland pony, and now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 that have suddenly just appeared behind me. They're on the other side of the valley, nibbling the grass. They are quite funny creatures. They descend, you know, like the angel sculptures in Doctor Who, where you kind of look at them, you turn your back, and then you look again and they're like almost on top of you. It's kind of what I feel with these kind of ponies, because they don't look like they're moving very fast at all. you take your eye off them and you don't go and focus on something else, and then you turn around and then they're like there in your face. I'm going to focus a bit now on the rock. See if I can capture the shape and the bits of lichen I can see. I do find you have to focus on the negative to get the shapes. Another thing I'm seeing, a lot of butterflies, which is really nice. Those ponies are getting closer. I'm now just doing some little shapes of rock, just to give impression. Ooh, the ponies are on the move. Something has made them move. There's the sun is kind of shining on my back and casting a shadow. But what's interesting is that I've just noticed that it's casting a shadow over the grass, which is then going on to my sketchbook. And I actually really like the effect of that. So I'm going to try and capture that. Take a picture. I really like the idea of having that on the picture itself. I don't know if you can tell in my voice, but I'm really quite excited about this picture. I don't know why. Ooh, it's a spider. Just the colour palette is making me feel very excited. And the textures. Sometimes that happens. Oh, they've made it over. Uh-oh. Told you. They're just want to come, and they are now kind of running. I'm hoping they will stay and not be too curious of me, because there is a lot to clear up here. Now have them all looking at me. Okay, there's nothing to see here. Nothing to eat. I've now got an audience of ponies. Told you that they would be curious here, but it's all right. I think they're just more interested in the grass and eating that, I hope. They do actually eat very quickly and very fast. Okay, you just stay where you are. Everything I said about them moving slowly, I take back. They are very quick movers, and they eat very quickly. You're definitely curious, aren't you? I've turned around and I'm just sketching one last view. It's on like my flesh coloured page. I'm using Neocolour again, crayons, to get shapes and forms. The ponies are moving on. They do move together as packs. They've munched their way through and then they move on. The horses have now made it into my picture, into my sketch. Whether they look like horses is another thing. Kind of fun to try and capture them in there. Sometimes you actually also draw things that your eye well, most of the time you draw things that your eye are drawn to, and that means that sometimes things, perspective or things that aren't quite in the same place just get moved a bit. This is definitely true of this. Like, I want to capture the steps. They're not quite accurately in the right place that they are in, but I think they make an more interesting composition. So I'm going to leave it there. I've done 3 sketches. Because I've been out quite a while now, and this recording probably is going to be quite long, but I'll make sure I edit it. So that is me packed up and heading back. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you want to see the photos, you can on my Substack if you're a paid subscriber. I'd really appreciate anyone who does sign up. It's around £6 a month or less if you sign up for a year. Your money goes towards helping support me as an artist, and you'll get a few more insider posts from me over a month. But I'm just really appreciative of anyone who listens. And if you enjoy this podcast, why not leave me a review? Let me know what it is that you like about listening to this type of podcast. It's always really good to hear, and also helps me be found by others who may also be interested in this type of podcast. Anyway, guys, I hope you're well, and I will speak to you again really soon.